Testing. Sound check. 1, 2, 3.
Good evening, councillors and members in the public gallery. I will officially open this evening's ordinary council meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you for your attendance this evening. I'd like to remind everyone in the chambers to ensure that comments are respectful to the council and all meeting attendees, including city officers and those in our public gallery. Please note this meeting is being live streamed. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. There are no announcements from the presiding member this evening, and all councillors are present in the chamber. I'll go on to applications for leave of absence. Are there any councillors who would like to apply for a leave of absence? Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. My leave is from tomorrow, June 26th, through to Wednesday, the 17th of July.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka.
Thank you. Mine is from the 26th of June to the 22nd of July inclusive.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson.
Yes, so the 28th of June to the 7th of July inclusive.
Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Move Councillor Palmer, seconded Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So I'll move on to item 5, disclosures of interest. Councillors, do you have any interest to disclose? Here we go. Councillor Clark.
Sorry, actually, someone else can go first. I'll just grab more paperwork.
Okay, Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. My first one is for item 10.1.1. It's the budget item. I'm a member of the Morley Windmills Sports Club. Wadham Reserve is mentioned in the report for upgrades to the public toilets in the Ford Capital Works, and the Morley Windmills Sports Club leases the property at Wadham Reserve from the city. This is an impartial interest and I'll stay in the room. Also on 10.1.1 regarding the underground power program. This program is mentioned in the report and I've received advice from the department that I have an interest in common on this matter. However, I would like to declare an impartial interest in this item and I'll be staying in the room. In regards to item 10.1.2, the corporate business plan, again regarding the underground power program, it is mentioned in this report and I've received advice from the department that my interest is one of an interest in common. However, I would like to declare an impartial interest on this item and I'll be staying in the room. In regards to item 10.3.4, Elstead Way parking options, I have an impartial interest on this item. I know the person who presented the motion at the AGM, which resulted in the item tonight, and he was also the deputy. This is an impartial interest and I'll be staying in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka.
Thank you. Item 10.1.1, an impartial interest. I'm a member of Alice House and it is mentioned in the capital projects in the budget. Impartial interest and I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Bull.
Thanks. Item 10.1.1, annual budget 2024-25. I'm a member of the Bayswater Bowling and Recreation Club, Bedford Bowling Club, Bayswater Historical Society. I'm a vice patron of the Bayswater Morley Districts Cricket Club, and I'm on the management committee of the Bayswater Childcare Association. It's an impartiality interest and I'll stay in the room. And item 10.1.3, proposed keeping and control of cats amendment, local law 2024. Gobber Lake is referred to in the local law, which is opposite my home. However, tonight's decision doesn't relate to that, but rather to other amendments to the local law. It's an impartial interest and I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. On item 10.1.1, annual budget 24-25, have some impartiality interest due to membership of organisations or their buildings that they occupy, which are mentioned in the report. So the Bayswater Bowls, a social member of the Bayswater Bowls Club, a member of Ellis House Arts and Bayswater Historical Society, which their buildings are mentioned in the Capital Works grant. Also on 10.1.1, on the annual budget 24-25, on the item proximity financial interest on the further greening of Guildford Road because I own property adjacent to Guildford Road. So I'll be leaving the room if that's separated out.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you. I've got interest to disclose on 10.1.1, the annual budget, in relation to the LCERS item, which I understand will be pulled out. It's a proximity interest, as my house is directly affected by that and directly adjacent to that. So I'll leave the room when that's pulled out in that way. And then the economic development item, the connection there is that I work for Curtin University and the Curtin Ignition program is funded through that item, so it's a financial interest, and I'll leave the room for that when that's pulled out of that segment of the budget. Then also an impartial interest in that my son swims at Bayswater Waves, and an impartial interest in relation to the golf course, Embleton Golf Course. Both that I have family that live near the golf course, but also I know Sam Lee through WA Labor, who's involved with the management of the golf courses in the city. And then also, so that's for 10.1.1, the annual budget. Am I able to say that the same set applies for 10.1.2? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yep. I'm trying to rack my brains to think if the golf courses are included in the corporate business plan, but that's all right. And then 10.1.3, the CAT item, an impartiality interest in that. I know members of the state delegated legislation committee, and they've raised the issues around CAT regulation and laws with me directly. So that's an impartial interest through my work in the Labor Party, both as a candidate for the seat of Butler and also the WA President, and the same applies in relation to the golf course as well. That, I think, is everything, Mayor, but I'll let you know if I've missed any.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you. An impartial interest on 14.1.2, disposal of land. This is to say I may know the negotiators within that clause, so I will be leaving the room even though it's impartial. And also 10.1.1, annual budget, the Bayswater Historical Society. I'm a social member, so it's just impartial. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I have the same conflict of interest with regards to item 10.1.1 annual budget and 10.1.2 corporate business plan. So I will read it. I will read it out once. It's financial and proximity, due to the fact that I own property in the project area of the underground power project in Maylands, and I will leave the room in the relevant sections. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson?
Yes, so I've got two that are the same. So this is for the budget and the corporate business plan. So it's a financial or a proximity financial. My primary residence is located on Guildford Road, and that's mentioned in the report. So I will leave the room for both of those items. And I have an impartial interest in the same items because I'm a secretary, or I'm on the committee for the Morley Windmill Sports Club, who do lease a property from the city. And my other item is 14.1.2 for the same proximity interest, as my residential property is adjacent to the property mentioned in this item. So I'll be leaving the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Latta?
Thank you. Firstly, on 10.1.1 and 10.1.2, I have a couple. One is in regards to the 45 9th Avenue car park. I have a financial interest in that due to having owning a business in the town centre that may benefit from additional parking, so I will leave the room for that part. Also in the budget and the corporate business plan, I have a proximity interest for the underground power part of that, because I live and own property within the project area, so I will leave the room for that section as well. And also on 10.1.1 and 10.1.2, I have an impartial interest relating to the placemaking aspects, because I own a business in the Maylands Town Centre, but the placemaking funding is not attached to a specific project, so I will stay in the room for that. Also on 10.5.1.6 quality performance reports, I will have an impartial interest relating to the placemaking section in those reports, and I will stay in the room for that. Prior to being on council, I advocated for that funding to be rolled over, which is now being reported on. So, but we are just noting it, so it's impartial, and I'll stay in the room. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland.
I have two. The first one relates to 10.11, the annual budget, and again, impartial interest. I know people in various sports clubs, particularly the Bayswater Soccer Club and Morley Windmills, and also I'm a social member of the Naranda Sports Club. The next one is 10.3.3, proximity interest, the proposed construction of footpath and traffic treatment on Bunya. I live on that street, so I will be leaving the room.
Thank you. I think that's everyone. Okay, so we'll now move on to item 6, which is public question time. So members of the gallery, I'll first call for questions on items on this evening's agenda, and then I will open to questions on items not on the agenda. Please provide your name and suburb before you ask your question, and please keep in mind that you are limited to 3 questions. So would anyone like to ask a question on an item on tonight's agenda? Please come forward. I'll just check the mics on.
Thank you, Mayor, for this opportunity. I must admit that I'm somewhat embarrassed that I didn't understand that deputations...
Sorry, if we can just start with your name and suburb.
Oh, I'm Michelle Amos and I live in Bayswater.
Thank you.
I'm somewhat embarrassed that I didn't understand that deputations happened last week, so I apologise for any inconvenience that I caused, because I know that I had to be put on a list, etc., and then I didn't show. But I'm humbled that I'm still welcome in the chamber, so thank you. We wanted to thank the council in relation to item number 10.3.5, which is Robert Street traffic management. And we wanted to thank the council officers for their professional and friendly manner in which they went about the processes to broker or to find an excellent, what we believe to be an excellent solution to traffic rat running and speeding on our street. So my 3 questions are, question 1, is traffic management a priority for the council? 2, do you believe that slowing traffic past primary schools, churches, reducing rat running of service vehicles and trucks is important in a safe city? And 3, did you know that there has been an increase in some near misses of pedestrians crossing between the chemist on Robert Street and the doctor's surgery, which is opposite on Robert Street? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
All council have heard your questions. I can't respond on behalf of everyone.
Okay.
But I would say yes, yes, and no, I wasn't aware.
Thank you.
To that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions on an item on this evening's agenda? If not, are there questions on an item not on this evening's agenda? Okay. Well, councillors, the city has received questions in writing from one ratepayer this evening. The questions and responses are listed in your run sheet, and I will take those as read. The questions and responses will also be provided in the minutes for this meeting. So I'll now move on to item 7, which is confirmation of minutes. Can I please have a mover and seconder to confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting of the 28th of May 2024? Move Councillor Osazowski, seconded Councillor Latta. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Okay, item 8 is presentations. Councillors, does anyone have a petition to table? No, there are no presentations this evening. Deputations were heard at last week's agenda briefing forum, and there are no delegates' reports this evening. So I now move on to item 9, method of dealing with agenda business. Councillors, I'll be moving item 10.1.1 annual budget 24-25 and item 10.1.2 corporate business plan 2024-25 to 2027-28. So I'll now go to Councillor Maleka if you have anything to withdraw. Councillor Sazowski.
Thank you. 10.3.4, the Elstead Way parking options.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson.
Yes, just 10.3.3, the footpath and traffic treatment for Bunya Street in Naranda.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
11.1, which is the addendum. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Sutherland.
Just 10.2.4 to, just that one. And obviously I'll be leaving the room for 10.3.3.
Yeah. Councillor Ladder. Deputy Mayor.
Nothing.
Councillor Bull. Councillor Clark.
Oh, only the delegations, but to vote against. Oh, sorry, 10.1.4.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson. Just your mic.
Thank you. Just seeing what was left. Do the ones where we've had deputations made need
We're
to
going to deal with
deal
them
with that anyway?
Yeah.
All right. So probably just 10.5.1.9.
You can pull the deputation one if there's one you wanted to talk to. If you wanted to move it.
That's fine. Thank you.
And sorry, what was the last one that you said?
10.5.1.9.
10.5.
A question, and I'm happy to move it.
Okay, thank you.
I just saw the other one over the page, 10.3.6, Active Transport Advisory Committee.
Okay. So we'll now move to consideration of the reports in section 10. Can I please have a mover and seconder to bring forward items 10.1.3, 10.3.4 and 10.3.5, which were subject to deputations? Moved Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Sazowski. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. So the first one is 10.1.3, proposed keeping and control of cats amendment local law. Would anyone like to move this item? Councillor Ladder, seconded. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ladder.
I haven't really prepared anything on this item, but I think it's excellent for us to try and move forward with keeping cats safe at home, and I think it's well supported by the community. So I hope that we can progress it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I agree. When we previously consulted our community, we received very strong support for going ahead and amending the local law to deal with this issue mentioned in the report. We also received information from different sources about the impact of roaming cats on our wildlife. So we must address this issue, and this is the best way to do that, and the only way that we can.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak on this item? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Easton, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Ladder, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against, Councillor Sazowski, Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. And as the item has been carried, I give notice of the purpose and effect of the proposed draft Keeping and Control of Cats Amendment Local Law 2024. The purpose of the local law is to amend the City of Bayswater's Keeping and Control of Cats Local Law 2022 to include a new clause 2.3, cats in other places, a new offence penalty in Schedule 2, Item 3, and Brickworks Lake as part of the Maylands Lakes Cat Prohibited Area. The effect of the amendment local law is to incorporate by reference Clause 3.2, Cats in Other Places of the Shire of Northam Cat Local Law 2019, under Section 82 of the Cat Act 2011, with minor modifications. This clause will require the owners of cats to ensure that if their cat is in a public place, it is under effective control. It will also create an offence if this requirement is contravened. Brickworks Lake will be included as part of the Maylands Lakes Cat Prohibited Area. Thank you. Okay, so we'll now move on to item 10.3.4, Elstead Way parking options. Councillor Ostaszewski, you've pulled this one. Have you got an alternative motion?
Thank you. Yes, I do.
Okay, so we'll just get that on the screen, which appears to have disappeared. So Councillor Ostaszewski, it appears the minute takers just needs to type that up. Would you like to read it out? And then I'll ask for a seconder.
Yes, I would if I didn't have it, if I had it in front of me. So what I'd like to, there's the run sheet. That's very helpful. Thank you, of course. Yes. So the only change here is for Lim 1, the council does not pursue a residential parking permit option at Elstead Way at this time. I believe Lim number 2 and Lim number 3 have stayed the same as the officer's recommendation.
So governance is confirming that. So, councillors, you do have it in your run sheet if you need something to refer to whilst it's being typed up to go on the screen. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Maleka. Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you very much for this. The city has received a number of ongoing complaints and reports of hazardous parking relating to vehicles in and around Elstead Reserve. I also, as the ward councillor in that area, had received complaints as well, which led to a meeting of people who lived along Walter Road, Elstead Reserve, Bath Road, and I think it was Robinson as well. And at that meeting, we had a discussion around parking. The reserve is used a lot by a lot of community groups. And also with future, the train station coming, there are going to be parking concerns or issues around that area. At that time, the AGM was about to happen, and I advised the residents that there is an avenue for them and a process for them to follow if they wish to raise something at council. And Mr. Farina came along to the council meeting on behalf of the residents in that area and presented a motion to council. Mr. Farina gave a deputation last week regarding this item, and since then he has been back in contact with the city and with myself. And I think after last week's council meeting, there were quite a lot of questions asked around this table about this item, and I think Mr. Farina heard those questions, and my interpretation or my feeling was that perhaps council wasn't comfortable with going with a parking permit option, and Mr. Farina, I feel, also thought that may be the case well. And being very pragmatic people and sensible people on Elstead Reserve, they feel as though waiting until the Morley train station is active to really give a feel for how their streets are going to be used is the right way to go. However, it doesn't take away from the fact that there needs to be small changes put in place to address some of the parking concerns that they have around Elstead Reserve. And I believe Lim number 2 allows that to happen. And in terms of Lim number 3, I think it is important we continue to pursue the Water Corp so that we can use their land. And I also think that there is opportunity still along Walter Road to put in some extra parking as well. So I think this alternate addresses all of the concerns, or not all of the concerns, sorry, it doesn't. It means we just need to wait a little bit longer so we can make a proper decision on how we should deal with parking around Elstead Reserve and around that broader area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka.
Thank you. Well, obviously, I agree with everything you've said, Councillor Ostaszewski. I definitely think it's a wise decision to just have that on hold for Lim 1, and we can review our own parking strategy and look forward to when the train station is complete and then see what needs to happen then.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll put it straight. Oh, Councillor Sutherland.
Look, no, I haven't got much to say. I think it's always a difficult decision to spend money like this, but it's great to see in a other way so many people using the sports fields. So we do have to have a balance there. I don't understand if we're going to wait till we look at a parking. A new parking plan, why we need to consider $25,000 in mid-year budget. So hopefully we can hear that in the closing address. And I do request that, I do agree though, the CEO continue to explore opportunities with the Water Corp regarding this land. It would be nice if the state government put some money into the coffers, considering the residents have had to put up with a lot living in that area with Metronet.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, I agree with Councillor Sutherland on this one. I also think that the consideration of funding allocation should happen in the next budget and not in the mid-year budget review. If the rationale was to wait, we should wait with everything and then try to fix any issues if there are any. So that would have been my preference.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Thank you very much. To respond to the comments that were made, putting some funding into this now, I think is, or to be considered in the mid-year budget review, I think is important because people around this area have been dealing with parking issues for some time, and they would like some interim measures to take place to deal with the parking. The parking isn't going to change around there with the sports fields being used. There's always going to be parking problems. So if we can address some of that in the short term for them by either putting some new parking bays in or formalising some parking along Walter Road, that's good for those ratepayers now. It takes care of that now for them. In terms of the bigger picture and waiting a little bit longer, the parking strategy that the city will do won't be happening for around about another year to a year and a half, I believe. And I just think waiting that time for a parking strategy to be created and then endorsed by council and then to see those actions, undertaken, the train station well and truly is open by then. We're already going to be needing stuff in place to address some of those parking issues. So I think the ratepayers have come to us in good faith that we can help them in the interim. It asks for council to consider a $25,000 budget allocation to at least address some of the concerns that they have at the moment.
Thank you. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. So we now move on to item 10.3.5, Traffic Management, Robert Street, Bayswater. Nobody's pulled this. Would someone like to move this? Councillor Bull, seconded Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bull.
Firstly, I'd just like to say thank you and acknowledge the residents of Robert Street for their advocacy in seeking to improve the road safety and the pedestrian safety in their street. The volume of traffic has steadily increased, and most particularly the volume of trucks using Robert Street has increased since works have been happening in and around that area. The low-cost urban road safety study and work that was undertaken within the precinct only went part of the way, and the residents of Robert Street have done a fantastic job in articulating their concerns around making sure that improvements are introduced into that street. I'm very supportive of what's on the table here, and I hope council also supports it.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, did you?
I just wanted to seek clarification from the CEO. Although I think when I first read this, LKERS is listed in the background, I just want to check the nature of the decision doesn't impact in any way with LKERS, and should I leave the room given my proximity interest?
I'll go to the director to respond.
Yeah, through the chair. This work is not related to the LKERS project. That's a different funding stream. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Likewise, it's really messy here with schools. I think residents should know better than to rat run, but I think we still do. That people going up to school, likewise. I think one of the aspects is about the turning the light sequences around. So the north turn on King William Street off of Guildford Road is too short, so cars go up there and run up Robert Street. Not obviously the biggest issue is not having the right-hand turn at Garrett Road off of Guildford Road. That's one of the reasons why it's so messy and people are just running up Robert Street. So completely have heard from the folks in Robert Street, witnessed it myself, obviously. That the need to do something here. It's really nuts. I'm sorry to hear that there's been near miss of pedestrians. I'm not surprised because you're going from the doctors to the chemist. There's lots of people slowly walking that. So this is also going to be a bonus for pedestrians and particularly older people in that area to make that safer crossing down the bottom near Guildford Road. I really hope that we do have the opportunity to consider this in the mid-year budget review because it'd be nice to be able to get these works going. We've heard from the residents that came and spoke to us this week and last week that they're really in favour. So, really happy with the design on the table.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I'll just make a comment following up from what Councillor Johnson said about the right-hand turn from Guildford Road onto Garrett. I believe that is an absolute priority. I have been advocating in the past to the department about this, that would alleviate a lot of the issues for residents in that area. So I will continue to advocate for that, and I would encourage residents who also think that it's important to write to your local member requesting that as well. We need to not give up and keep trying to get that sorted. Anyone else wish to speak on this? If not, I'll go the mover to close. No? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So that concludes the items in section 10 that were subject to deputations, and we'll now move to the remaining items that have been withdrawn by councillors. So that takes us to 10.1.1, which is the annual budget 24-25. So I'll just give some instructions first before we start debate. So, councillors, to allow you all to participate in the consideration and adoption of the annual budget and long-term financial plan to the fullest extent, while not participating in decision-making on projects in which you have declared a financial or proximity interest, we will first vote on limbs 1 through 9, excluding the following projects as shown on your screen and provided to you before the meeting. That being the land purchase at 45 9th Avenue, Maylands, the targeted underground power program including for Maylands, the interim economic development plan, the low-cost urban road safety program, and the further greening of Guildford Road. We will then vote on the inclusion of each of these projects separately so that councillors who have declared interest may withdraw from the meeting. So I will move the officer's recommendation with the amendments in red as shown on your screen, and the run sheet provided to Council. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Maleka. Okay. Okay. It's often said that local government is the closest level of government to the people. While it is a privilege to serve the community as mayor, I am mindful that, as a council, we have a big responsibility, more so than any other level of government. The decisions we make, assets we maintain, and the services we offer impact people's everyday lives in so many ways. The many months of careful deliberation mean tonight, as a council, we can be confident we have completed one of the most challenging but important responsibilities we are tasked with: to deliver a budget that supports the services and assets our community rely on. This budget delivers the high-quality services our community rely on and maintains the assets we all use every day. This year, the introduction of differential rates has allowed the city to distribute rates in a more fair and equitable way. While uniform rating took more of a blanket approach, under differential rating, ratepayers make a reasonable contribution towards the cost of local government services based on their land use. Most other local governments have already adopted this rating method. The introduction of differential rating means that this year, the proposed 3.8% rate increase for residential property owners is aligned with CPI. With a rate increase of only 3.8% for residential property owners, Council are actively protecting those who are most impacted by the soaring cost of living: families, seniors, young people, and those living alone. We are also actively supporting those who are most disadvantaged in our community and those at risk of social isolation. The city maintains more than $1.1 billion worth of assets. This includes 460 kilometres of local roads, 190 buildings, including 3 recreation centres, 3 libraries, 2 community centres, and a raft of community halls and club rooms that over 150 local community and sporting clubs call home. We also maintain more than 180 parks, ovals, and open spaces, complete with playgrounds, picnic areas, lighting, and barbecue facilities. As our assets support the community in so many ways, it is essential we continue to maintain and upgrade them, so families can continue to swim at Bayswater Waves, so children can enjoy the playground at Barton Park or attend story time at Morley Library, so our young people can play netball at the courts in Noranda and skate at the City of Bayswater Skate Park in Embleton, so our seniors can get out and enjoy the activities on offer at one of our 2 community centres, activities that promote social connection and build a sense of community. We also need to plan for the future of these assets and ensure they meet the changing needs of our community. This year's budget sets aside money in reserve for 2 key community projects: $1 million in seed funding for the development of a new Morley Library, and $200,000 towards a feasibility study into the future redevelopment of the Frank Drago soccer precinct. This budget includes $980,000 in funding for upgrades to the Noranda Sporting Complex. This directly impacts the lives of women who want to play sport but currently don't have access to change rooms. $800,000 of this funding came from the federal government following a successful advocacy campaign by the city and by the club. The city is proud to work with the club to deliver these important upgrades. This budget contains $750,000 for a sheltered viewing area at Lightning Park for spectators of football, gridiron and T-ball. It also earmarks $433,000 for new synthetic cricket wickets at Beaufort Park, Emberson Reserve and R.A. Cook Reserve, the refurbishment of multi-purpose courts at Grand Promenade Reserve, new floodlights at Crimea Reserve, and new soccer goals at Joan Rycroft Reserve. These upgrades are vital to the clubs and community members who use them. As a council, we understand how important it is for the community to feel safe in their own neighbourhood. So next year, the city will spend $355,000 on its CCTV systems and infrastructure to deter antisocial behaviour and improve community safety. We will also deploy CCTV trailers in hotspot areas around the city. This council knows how passionate our community are about trees. So next year, in addition to the 2,550 trees to be planted as part of our street and park tree planting program, we are going to extra lengths. In this budget, an additional $300,000 will go towards planting trees in hard-to-tackle areas like the verge on Guildford Road and hard medians across the city. This budget also includes an additional $100,000 towards the watering of mature trees that are struggling due to hotter, drier conditions across the state. In a further effort to address our tree canopy, next year the city will construct an urban forest at Riverside Gardens East, thanks to a contribution of $1.65 million in funding from the state and federal governments. The city is working hard to become energy efficient in its operations through the implementation of our emission reduction and renewable energy plan. This year, we will spend over $300,000 in converting our street lights to LED. We will continue to transition our fleet to electric and keep working on ways to save water at our recreational facilities. I'm sure my fellow councillors would agree it is really an exciting time for the City of Bayswater, with millions of dollars in investment in road and rail projects by the state government. We are doing our best to capitalise on this and have allocated $60,000 in this budget towards the development of a long-term economic development strategy aimed at attracting new investment and supporting existing businesses. Along with maintaining our assets, we will continue to work hard to build a strong and inclusive community. This budget will enable the city to continue on its journey to reconciliation and deliver a range of community development activities aimed at encouraging older adults to participate in community life and engaging our youth. This budget also includes $150,000 in grant funding for businesses and environmental, sporting and community groups. This includes community capital grants that provide accessibility upgrades to community facilities, Better Bayswater grants that make our city a better place to live, community events grants that bring people together, placemaking grants that improve shop fronts and enhance our town centres, and donations to charitable organisations. The impact of the cost of living crisis is at the forefront of this council's decision making. This budget protects those who are most vulnerable in our community. The city will continue to deliver services under its homelessness strategy and has committed an additional spend of $60,000 for the city to join a consortium to access outreach services that will directly improve the lives of people experiencing homelessness in the City of Bayswater. This is also a budget that brings families and friends together to enjoy all that makes Bayswater so special. This year's budget includes $930,000 in community events, including a community concert, Avon Descent Finish Line Festival, Carols by Candlelight, and Flourish Community Arts Festival, incorporating the Community Art Awards and exhibition. We will also work collaboratively to deliver local events, including those celebrating International Women's Day, Pride Fest, and Harmony Week. I believe what we have in front of us tonight is a budget that delivers the high-quality services our community rely on and maintains the assets we all use every day. This budget represents months of deliberations by council and city officers. I'd like to thank my fellow councillors, the staff and leadership team at the city for all their hard work. I'm incredibly proud of this budget. It has been a collaborative effort that serves to protect the outstanding services and facilities that have become the hallmark of the City of Bayswater. With this budget, we have built a strong foundation and we have cemented the city's reputation as a desirable place to live, work and visit. I support this budget and I encourage my fellow councillors to do the same. Councillor Maleka.
Thank you. That was a very detailed outline, so I'll just do a quick summary. Firstly, I would like to also thank officers, all of the city officers involved in giving us such comprehensive briefings, detailed documentation, and you held our hand as you walked us through the process and the budget process. So for me, this budget represents more than just financial allocations. It shows our commitment to understanding the cost of living pressures. It shows our commitment to progress in our community's welfare. For me, some highlights are improved infrastructure, the maintenance of our current assets, projects to improve safety, and the investment towards fostering a vibrant cultural landscape. So approving this budget tonight is not just numbers on a spreadsheet. I believe that it's about confidently investing in the future of our city. So yes, I strongly approve.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Councillor Bull.
I'd like to move a procedural motion, please. I'd like to move a referral motion that council refers the item to a special council meeting for 7 p.m. Tuesday, 2nd of July 2024 for the purposes of considering the adoption of the budget for the 24-25 financial year, together with supporting schedules including imposition of rates and minimum payments, adoption of fees and charges and other consequential amendments arising from the budget, and the draft long-term financial plan for the period 2024-25 to 2033-34 to allow councillors to provide the Chief Executive Officer their budget non-negotiable items, and for the Chief Executive Officer then, in light of those items, to find savings across the operational and capital budget whereby the rate in the dollar for the residential improved and commercial industrial improved categories to be considered by council at the special council meeting is not more than 0.074674.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Latta. Councillor Bull.
I've mentioned before that the move to differential rates is radical in the context of what our rate base comprises, particularly 82% residential, which means that our business rate rise is extreme. For decades, this council has managed to keep rates low in almost every year, particularly since 2012. And rates that I can recall from 2000 have only ever been over 4.95% once, which was 6-point-something%. In previous years, we have asked, or councillors have asked the CEO to go away and find savings in the operational and capital budgets in light of non-negotiables for the councillors, thereby ensuring that the rate rise is more modest. And I think we have the opportunity to do that again here. by councillors providing the non-negotiables, and then coming back next week after the administration has an opportunity to do that work and consider the budget, ensuring that there is a rate rise of 3.8% for commercial and industrial in addition to residential.
Thank you. I now put the procedural motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. That is lost. So I'll go back to what's in front of us. Councillor Palmer.
Yes, I just need to tell you that I have an interest, a declaration of interest as a social member of the Noranda Morley Sports Centre, which I didn't realise was mentioned in there. I missed that. And that's in the annual budget, and that's just impartial. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Sorry, Councillor Palmer, if you could turn off your microphone. Councillor Clark?
Sorry, you mean the budget itself?
Yes.
All right. Okay, I'd like to speak, but I was keen to hear the debate first, so I'm happy to. I'm not sure whether I'm going for or against. Are you calling for or against?
Whoever would like to speak on the item.
According to the standing orders, wouldn't you normally go?
No. Is that in the standing order? So anyone like to speak against? Councillor, anyone against? Councillor Clark?
I'm a little bit shocked that no one is going to speak to the budget. Is that definitely the case, looking around this table? I'm looking across because I don't know if I'm for or against, so was there anyone else against?
I've called. Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Bull?
I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Have you provided the amendment?
I only finished working on it on my way here, so I haven't had an opportunity to.
Provide it to councillors? No?
I'm about to provide it to everyone.
Okay.
So, in Lim 1, if we're able to scroll up to Lim 1, thanks. So 1A, at 1A 4, after the word information, comma, subject to the following amendments. Colon, paragraph, so, yep, yeah, it probably needs to be, I don't know, a dot point or a capital A or something. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, item 81171 dash capital P program dash natural environment improvement dash Foreshore River dash $120,000. So dollar sign, yep, 120,000. Municipal funds. Is deleted and replaced with $120,000 reserve funds, open brackets, climate action reserve, close brackets, semicolon, paragraph. Item 81354 dash information services dash council chambers system replacement comma is deleted, semicolon, paragraph, item 81250 dash Morley Sport and Rec renewal dash aircon dash $150,000 municipal funds is deleted and replaced with $150,000 reserve funds, open brackets, buildings and facilities reserve, close brackets, full stop. Yep. And then limb 2. So if we go down to the table, so limb 2, the table will need to be, and I don't know what this amount is, so I'll need some assistance from the administration. So the residential improved rate in the dollar and the commercial industrial improved rate in the dollar will be amended to be identical as a consequence of those items being deleted. So we'll need some advice on that. And then 2F is deleted.
Councillor Bull, is that all your amendments?
Yep.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clark? Okay, so I'm going to move a procedural motion to adjourn for 15 minutes to allow the administration time to run a rates model. So do I have a seconder? Councillor Latta, I'll put that to the vote to adjourn. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Easton, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Ostaszewski and Councillor Sutherland. We will adjourn for 15 minutes. Are you serious? Are you actually serious that you're doing these on the night?
Am I serious?
Right down.
I was hoping. No, so I was going to call you and let you know that that's how I was going to go. Because all the people, their weights are like these guys are waiting to hear the other side of the weight so they can reply it. But if nobody speaks at the phone, I've got the numbers. What's the tactic? So yeah. I mean, the thing is, this is the shit that I've put up here for years. You just got to let councillors do it, and you have to actually just be prepared for it. Very good. Oh, sorry. I'm going to have a look at my emails now.
So I'll recommence the meeting at 8:17 p.m. and I'll go to the director.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The result of this proposed amendment is that 270,000 is changed from being muni funded to being reserve funded, and 240,000 of muni funded is removed from the budget. So that's a total of $510,000 reduction in muni funding. So therefore the rates had to be remodelled. To generate that reduced level of rates and align commercial with residential improved, the rate increase is in the order of 3.72% across residential and across businesses. There are minor changes, therefore, to the rates in the dollar and the minimum payment. However, noting that the minimum payment for residential vacant can't be changed because that's got ministerial approval. That would balance the 24-25 budget, but by reducing your rates in year one of $510,000, that has an impact over the 10 years of $5 million. So the long-term financial plan in front of you this evening will be out of balance by $5 million over the 10 years. We have suggested in the amendment that that could be noted by the council and that we review that and bring that back for your consideration over the next 6 months.
Councillor Bull, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yeah, just the wording in 9A, I think actually should say, oh, no, that's semantics. Okay, that's fine.
Do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Yes, I would, thanks. Firstly, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the hard work by the CEO, directors, managers and staff at the City of Bayswater for their time and effort in putting this draft budget together. These are always large bodies of work and take significant commitment, so thank you. While the staff has put a significant effort, ultimately the responsibility for the budget's content and style rests with us, the councillors. The staff try to take direction based on our discussions and those the Mayor has directly with the CEO and staff. However, at the end of the day, what is adopted, rightly or wrongly, is a council decision. And so it is vitally important that councillors get all the information that they need to make their decisions. We know that councillors only have limited insight into many aspects of the budget, and in terms of the operational component, the largest part, now that service plans are being used, the reality is councillors don't see too much detail at all. So based on the information I've been provided, it is my view that this is a lazy budget that seeks to lower residential rates by gouging businesses. Differential rates will never operate equitably while 82% of our rate base is residential. And while I support rebates for the Bayswater Town Centre businesses, I think all businesses should be paying lower rates, this imbalance is exacerbated when rebates are selectively given to certain businesses and not others. There are other ways to lower rates. Past councils have managed to achieve this year after year. It requires more effort, but the track record shows it is possible. Therefore, I propose amendments to ensure lower and more equitable rates across residential, commercial and industrial categories. These amendments aim to benefit our ratepayers fairly. If Council supports higher rates for businesses, it directly undermines the shift we have been making from place activation to economic development. Any rhetoric about supporting local businesses will be hollow, as the business community cannot trust a council that increases commercial rates while claiming to support the local economy. However, if we make small adjustments to the budget to lower rates for all categories, it will show that council is serious about economic development and could have the following positive effects. Promote economic growth by creating a more attractive environment for new and expanding businesses through equitable rate adjustments. Support job creation by allowing businesses to have more resources to hire and retain employees, contributing to local employment levels. Foster fairness by enhancing equity among residents and businesses, fostering a positive community environment. Stimulate investment, as businesses will feel more confident in investing in improvements or innovations if their financial burden isn't increased so much. Enhance long-term stability by having a balanced approach to rates, contributing to the sustained growth of the local economy over time, and benefit residents and the wider community by creating local jobs, resulting in more vibrant businesses and town centres. A thriving local economy enhances the quality of life for all residents, making Bayswater a more attractive place to live, work and play. It is imperative that we, as a council, demonstrate our commitment to both residential and business ratepayers by adopting a balanced and fair budget. My proposed amendments are small but significant steps towards achieving this goal. By ensuring lower rates across the board, we not only support our businesses, but also create a stronger, more vibrant community for all residents. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to use my time as the seconder for this amendment to try and convince all of you around the table. We have sat together over many months having 10 workshops. It felt like more, just to be fair. We have thrashed it out and argued various things about what should be in and what should be out. And we have looked at the service plans in great detail. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the staff. I think one of the benefits of having a number of new staff in this process is that they have turned around and said, well, actually, this isn't how it's done now, or this doesn't make sense now, let's rejig it, right? So I don't think we should be afraid as councillors around this table, even at this stage in the piece, to look at how we can shape this budget, right? And here we have a proposal on the table which lowers the rate, right, particularly for the businesses, and makes 3 minor amendments, 3 minor savings of just over $500,000 essentially. So this is possible. I think part of it is, as councillors, we often get bogged down in the $10,000 or the $12,000, the $44,000, and actually we can shape this budget and shape it how we want to shape it. I have struggled to support, as I've said previously in the chamber, support differential rates because of the inherent unfairness of it. I like the idea of making sure that vacant shop fronts are filled and economic development's thriving and all the, it doesn't look derelict, right? But I'm not sure that differential rates, and particularly with such a big increase for businesses, is the way to go. I support the rebates and the concessions that were built in for the Bayswater Town Centre. However, when you then support that, you then have to say, well, what about the businesses in Morley? What about the businesses in Noranda? What about the businesses in Maylands? Why don't they get the same concession? And then you're just logically leading yourself back to, well, do we actually have to do this? And we don't. Many other councils do, but this is not something that needs to save our budget. We still have a balanced budget before us, and we still have some more work to do. I think part of it is looking at longer term issues around our asset base and how we manage that, and how we manage some of our underspends and our carry forwards, as I've said previously in previous years. So I know that people's initial reaction might be, it's budget night, let's not do this. I thought we weren't going to have a debate, but obviously, let's have some sort of debate, because I think it shows all the hard work that all of us around this table have done in those workshops. It shows that we care deeply about what's in this budget and how it's structured. So I'd really encourage you to think about supporting this amendment so that we can actually support small businesses in all of our town centres.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak against the amendment? Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. We have had 10 workshops, I think Councillor Clark mentioned then, in preparation for this budget. We've had various briefings. We've had opportunities to provide feedback to staff through emails. We've had so many opportunities over the last many months, 8 months, to provide our feedback on this budget and to have it considered for the budget. To present an amendment tonight at the last minute, after all of that time that we have done working together on a budget, to throw something like this in right now is just, I just think is completely unprofessional. This does not show, it isn't, it's not teamwork. We're meant to be working as a team, and to throw something like this in at the end when we've worked so hard together to get to this point, for me, is just, I just can't believe it's happening. Councillor Clark was talking about putting this budget together and how we've done it. We're, I think you used the word, we care deeply about this, how this budget is put together. We do care deeply about how this budget is put together, and by putting something like this on the table at the last minute, which has clearly created issues for the city tonight in terms of the numbers, it's created pressure for the city. The city seems confused up there, confused on a few pieces just now. We've already got ministerial approval. We've moved so far on.
Councillor Clark is moving. Is it?
Sure.
A point of order?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, I need the
Point of
microphone. A point of order. I'd like to seek a personal explanation under the standing orders. I'd ask that the word unprofessional be withdrawn. I believe that the member over across from me is adversely reflecting on the character or actions of another member in this chamber and imputing, essentially that.
Councillor, would you withdraw that comment? Councillor Ostaszewski.
Councillor Clark, I'm happy to withdraw that, and in the heat of the moment, that was the word that came out, and I think you're right. What I said then was not a good conduct for a councillor. I do, however, think all the other things that I said are still in play for me. I just can't support this amendment, and what I'd like to do is I'd also like to move a procedural motion that this now be put.
You've already spoken, Councillor Ostaszewski. You can't move a procedural motion once you've spoken. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam. The residential rate's 3.8. With that, and there is then the 1% on top. There's no 1% on top for reserves or anything?
Is that a question?
Yes.
I'll go to the Director of Finance.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in the draft budget, so not these amended figures,
right.
in the draft budget, the residential increase was 3.8%. The overall rate increase was 5%. Part of the transfer to reserves included 1% for the asset renewal program.
Okay, so I understand then that it's 3.8% plus 1% for the, doesn't get transferred? No, okay, I just want to find that out. Thank you.
Would you like to speak on the amendment? Anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Councillor Ladder?
Yeah, I will. I've spoken against the differential rates for commercial before, and I suppose I'd just like to reiterate that my sense in talking to many businesses is that they are in a really precarious place across the city. I've seen in the Maylands Town Centre in the last 2 weeks, businesses cut their hours significantly because they can't afford to pay their staff because they're not getting the income that they need to sustain their businesses. And so I think that as this budget process has gone on, that has become more and more apparent to me because businesses are getting squeezed more and more in this current climate. So I think this is a good opportunity for us to reconsider that. And the option before us, I think, is ultimately more equitable. We talk about fairness and equity a lot. I see it get bandied around a lot, but I'm not sure that we all mean the same thing by it. For me, the same pressures that residents are feeling, businesses are feeling, and many of those business owners in the city of Bayswater are small and family businesses, which means that that additional rate increase directly affects those people and their lives. So I think that this is a useful amendment to consider. I hope people will consider it, despite the fact that it is a surprise, I suppose. I hope that the time while the city was making those changes gave people some time to consider its merits. And I am particularly pleased with the cut regarding the AV system. I didn't realise that that was an item until I saw the budget, and I was actually going to speak on it tonight because I don't see the justification for $250,000 to replace an AV system that is functional. So yeah, I think it's worth considering. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Deputy Mayor.
Look, I won't support this. Look, I echo the concerns around ad hoc budgeting and doing this on the go. It's quite serious stuff. Look, the officers are telling us, if the minute taker can just put it down to the note that was added by the officers or up. From what I've seen, the impact, thank you. The amendment. So yes, thank you. From what I understand, the officers are advising us that those very small 3 changes will have a very serious impact on our long-term budget. $6.15 million deficit over the 10 years. This is massive. We are not actually debating here on $5,000 to a new playground. We are talking about $6.15 million deficit. We are talking about depleting our reserves even more. Look, I sat in all the briefings around our finances, and every time I'm there, I'm leaving the chamber or the rooms very concerned about our situation. This is the first and foremost priority for the city, to deal with our finances. And I don't know, maybe the information is not delivered in the best way to all councillors. I get something else. I get that we are in trouble. Our assets are falling apart. We are trying slowly, since I came on council, taking a loan to deal with Bayswater waves. We fix Waterland. We have a long list of assets to try to deal with. And what is proposed here is depleting our reserves even more. I would have considered if there was some other options, and I think it would have been better to actually do that at the workshop so we can actually get proper advice. I would have considered that 100%, but if the proposal is to deplete the reserves and causing $6.15 million deficit, I cannot support that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Look, I totally understand what Councillor Ball's doing here with the businesses. Obviously, Morley, Maylands and Bayswater are struggling. Naranda probably not so much because it's only one shopping centre, but I'm sure in there are businesses that might be. But I just want to, since I've been on council, and as Councillor Ball has pointed out, we have had uniform rates, but it's made no difference to me in, especially in Morley, in the type of businesses that come in. We haven't seen too much massive economic improvement. In fact, we've gone backwards with Bunnings and the Galleria is not doing anything. So I'm not sure how that's going to help. I can understand it might help small mum and dad businesses or owner, tiny ones. But the big ones, it's just not doing it. And I think we've got something bigger here that we need to attract investment. I don't know how we're going to do that, but I think, instead of arguing about this, we need to look at the bigger picture. I do agree about the long-term financial plan. When you think about it, it's not much for 1 year, but then over 10 years it goes to 5 million. That's a lot of money. I'm back to the old, I was reminded of this in the West the other day, that we really need to look at operating within our means. We do it the back to front. We look at what we want, then we try and work out the money instead of looking at what money we've got and just say cut everything else. So I'm not sure about this either, but I do understand it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? I won't be supporting this amendment. I think the term that Councillor Latta used was surprise. yeah, I would agree that this is a surprise. I don't think it's prudent for anybody to be making huge financial decisions that have implications over the long term for our city with a 15-minute adjournment waiting for the staff to see what the implications are. I don't think it's prudent at all to do that. We have had 8 months of workshops to have these discussions. So I agree, it's a surprise to hear this tonight. Councillor Bull made a comment that past councils' track record have been able to have lower rates and survive. Well, actually, that's what put this council in an unsustainable financial position. And that was confirmed by 2 independent reports into our finances. This amendment continues to dip into reserves to fund our business. We can't keep doing that. The independent reports have told us we cannot keep doing what we've been doing. And they also recommended that we consider differential rates. We need to start becoming a more contemporary council in order to be sustainable and efficient into the future. This amendment takes us backwards, so I will not be supporting it. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I don't actually know which way I'm going to go on this yet, so I really appreciate hearing from everyone. I likewise understand about reducing the impact on businesses. I think, so maybe seek clarification from the city, so we still would have differential rates, so it would just be charged at the same rate, is that right? So we still have that device and option open to us in future, or would we need to re-advertise it again?
I'll go to the Director of Corporate.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we don't need to re-advertise for 24-25. We would still have differential rates. Council would have just made a change to what was advertised.
And in future years?
Every year that we have differential rates, they must be advertised, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. I think every year, this is my 7th budget, I think every year we do it differently, we adopt it differently, we do make changes on the night. I think every council that I've seen and been part of has been responsible about the budget they adopt, so whether it's this amendment or the one that we had on the table in the first place, I think that are considered and responsible. We have had our strategic budget policy since 2020, I think, which talks about the way that we're going to make assumptions in our budgeting process and our rates, and I think we have been responsibly doing that over years that I've been here. I don't think we've ever adopted an irresponsible budget. I think the various Paxton reports that the Mayor spoke to gave us some stuff we already knew and some weird recommendations. So I think the stuff that we already knew was about adopting balanced budgets and doing a long-term financial plan, and we have that in any form, and we did that last year as well. Overall, I think there's good things in the budget. So, yeah, to me, I'm just contemplating the impacts of this on our long-term financial plan, which had the assumption that we were going to have an increase in rates yield of CPI plus 1% over the term of the long-term financial plan, and I'd be very interested in knowing how we manage this number. The $6.15 million deficit is over a much bigger number, so I'd be really interested in looking at how that tracks over the 10 years. So I'm not sure that we'll be able to get that information tonight, but I'm curious about that impact. Otherwise, I'm comfortable with either forms of the budget.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Thank you. This should be no surprise to anyone because I've been very clear the entire 10 months that I have had concerns about differential rates, and it was confirmed with me when the Mayor reminded us that 82% of our rate base is residential. It just reiterated where my concerns were, and as a consequence, really shouldn't be a surprise to the councillors who are worried about the amount of revenue coming in being lower than they anticipated. If they are concerned about businesses as well, they can actually introduce a higher rate that will deal with the 6.15 million, but still make it equitable between residential and commercial and industrial. So that is another option as well for those councillors who are worried about that. Councillor Ostaszewski and Deputy Mayor, I know that both of you have moved amendments in the past without giving any real heads up, and in fact, millions of dollars in cuts is what we saw from Councillor Ostaszewski. And while it hasn't been millions, it definitely has been 1.5 million from the Deputy Mayor previously. So this
It's not working. Okay, try now.
So this is the system within which we.
Procedural motion by the Deputy Mayor. Sorry, just get your mic. Yep, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, sorry, just because I was mentioned, and if I can get a explanation which $1.5 million the Councillor Bull is referring to, that would be helpful. And which budget? Thank you.
Councillor Bull, do you wish to?
Yes, it was the 2017-18 budget in relation to Maylands Waterland.
So
can I guess? Can please get clarification, because I think it was not in the budget.
So
it was not in the budget.
So
that's okay, but
so
I just
we
wanted
can't.
to clarify.
It's not a debate. So
But if somebody provides misleading information, I'm allowed to ask for correction. So I never moved an amendment in any budget during my time on council.
So are you moving a point of order?
No, I just ask if the Councillor can correct it, because I do not recall moving in any budget, any amendment ever. Thank you.
Yes, I recall the Deputy Mayor wanted to move an amendment of 1.5 million and didn't get an opportunity to.
So it
But
didn't
that's the amount.
happen?
Did he want to move an
So
amendment
are you
at
saying-
that meeting? My recollection is that he did want to move an amendment at that meeting.
Deputy Mayor? Okay. Councillor Bull,
Point
please
of order,
continue your
please.
closing. Sorry. Oh. A point of order?
Similar to Councillor Peterson-Picks, if I may, in regards to a comment made by Councillor Bull, just for clarification of the information. Councillor Peterson-Pick has had that opportunity. I would like to have that opportunity as well.
If you could turn off your mic,
Sorry.
Councillor Ostaszewski.
Yes, at the special council meeting of the 21st of June 2023, Councillor Ostaszewski moved an amendment to make cuts to the budget of $2,965,133 from the floor.
Thank you.
And I'd like to add to that, if I may.
I don't know if
I'd like
that's
to add to that, please.
procedurally,
Because
procedurally.
there was some other information that's missing.
It's a right of reply.
What basis? What procedural basis under the standing orders?
I've ruled that there is no right of reply from Councillor Ostaszewski. Councillor Bull, please continue your closing.
Yeah, sure, thank you. And the point that I'm making is that councillors move amendments or wish to move amendments on the floor despite lots and lots of workshops. And it is excellent that councillors can do that because it's transparent. And despite the fact that we've spent 10, apparently, I didn't realise it was that many, but 10 workshops apparently talking about this behind closed doors, isn't it good that we can do it in the public domain. The reason why I decided to move some of the amounts into reserves was because I spent a lot of the time this week trying to get a better understanding of the methodology applied to the use of reserves, and I didn't get a clear enough answer. And so, as a consequence of not having enough information, it seemed to me appropriate to try to look at a way to ensure that our businesses are better supported. The other thing is, we consume information in different ways, and I find it particularly easy to start to properly understand what is in the capital budget when it comes out in the statutory papers. And so these items were things that I really didn't manage to properly wrap my head around until I saw it in that way. In terms of the Paxton report, it said we needed to consider differential rates. We have considered differential rates, and again, it is my view that in considering differential rates, it is inequitable to increase the rate rise of businesses to such a degree, given that 82% of our rate base is residential. So, if councillors are worried about the amount of revenue that's coming in, if they think it needs to be more, but they still support businesses, they can move an amendment to increase the amount of the rate in the dollar for residential, commercial and industrial in a way that doesn't have an impact on the long-term financial plan. But I will remind everyone that what my proposal does is benefits residents and the wider community by creating local jobs, resulting in more vibrant businesses and town centres. A thriving local economy enhances the quality of life for all residents, making Bayswater a more attractive place to live, work and play.
Thank you. I'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostrzowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. The amendment is lost. So we now go back to the substantive motion. It's Councillor Clark.
I wish to speak on the budget.
Go ahead.
Is that what we're doing now?
Yes, we're speaking on the... So
For and against, or have we decided there's no against?
you can start against.
Given the debate that we've just had, I will speak, Mayor, against this budget. I was undecided at the beginning, genuinely undecided, and genuinely did not know that the detail of Councillor Bull's amendment. I'm so incredibly disappointed. I'm disappointed that someone would seek to gag debate tonight. I'm disappointed that there was a lack of debate to begin with, that apparently everyone thought this would just go through to the keeper. And, oh, we've done the work all behind closed doors, let's just pass the budget, not have any kind of democratic debate in this chamber about it. I have never seen that happen in my 7 years on council. So I'm disappointed in the lack of debate. I'm disappointed in the lack of leadership on what are really hard decisions that we have to make as a council. The political point scoring that has occurred in the last few years around budgeting is absolutely disgusting, right? You can create a crisis by talking about finances and talking about lots of detail and just by saying, oh no, there's a crisis, there's a budget crisis, right? When often there isn't one. When often you have to look at the detail, understand the books, understand our assets, and then come up with a plan to take this city forward, a plan to actually lead our community into the future and to actually fund community services. I was really disappointed at how hard I had to fight for homelessness services in this budget. I have fought every single year for homelessness services, and I was reminded once again how quickly and easily you can go backwards on this stuff, right? So I look forward to seeing a new homelessness strategy developed next year, and one that is actually funded and actually implemented. And Mayor, I can see the look of outrage on your face. I don't understand.
Councillor Clark, I'm going to call a point of order.
I find it really offensive.
Can I call a point of order?
Because I find it really offensive the way that you behave when I speak. So can you please just let me have this last budget speech?
I'm calling a point of order. Deputy Mayor, I'm handing over the chair to you whilst I call a point of order. That is an adverse reflection on
You've just found that in the
myself.
standing orders. I'm glad I've shown it to you. All right, I
And
withdraw.
another
I withdraw
adverse
if you're offended
reflection.
at those comments, but they're true. And I would like to just speak to
Deputy
this
Mayor,
motion.
I'm calling a point of order again.
I withdraw. I've withdrawn.
Councillor.
I've withdrawn. There is no point of order.
I understand that the councillor has withdrawn the comment, Madam Mayor, so we can continue the debate. And I'm returning this.
So I'm disappointed in this budget. It fails our community. It doesn't provide enough for homelessness. It finally provides a cultural arts officer, but it will do absolutely nothing for economic development in this city, absolutely nothing. And so if you're a small business wanting to come here and set up, I don't know how you can believe some of the things that are then said, because we don't actually deliver on those things that are being said. We're not delivering enough for our businesses. We're not delivering enough.
A point of order. Deputy Mayor, I'm handing over to you. Adverse reflection on the city.
I'm happy to withdraw.
Councillor, if I can just ask, maybe you can paraphrase the comments, and I think you tried to provide some comments. Maybe you can just paraphrase them in a different way. Thank you.
Sure. Differential rates will destroy businesses in the city of Bayswater. So if you vote for that tonight, that's what you're doing. I don't know how you stand up and go to a small business and say that you're somehow backing them or supporting them in the future, right? I fought really hard for the fees in this budget to be measured and reasonable, particularly where they might affect families. I went through line by line on the fees to see where the proposed increases were going to occur where they would affect families, because I think they are suffering from cost of living crisis as well. It was actually a miracle that we're finally delivering a long-term financial plan. And this is where I say I'm disappointed. I have been pushing for a long-term financial plan since 2017 as a councillor. And we are finally there, thank goodness. But it is something that this city has needed and should need. But there also needs to be an understanding that the long-term financial plan will change. There are assumptions in there. They're just assumptions. A lot of it's based on CPI. The costs will go up. So we need to then look at our taxation, essentially, and who we tax and how we tax them. I've always talked about underspends and rollovers. I believe that we need to be more honest in our budgeting about how we spend money in the year that we raise it or in the following year in terms of infrastructure. Too often, things that people thought were on the budget then don't actually get funded properly or don't get funded at all. I found multiple underspends of things that have been sitting on the budget for almost 5 years and have never been rejigged and reallocated, which is obviously what Councillor Bull tried to do tonight on a number of items. So there's some hard work to do on this, and I think that's really important into the future. I'm so disappointed in the tone and tenor of the debate tonight. I would like to see that improve, and I'm not sure how you can really support this budget, to be totally honest.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for the budget?
I haven't actually made up my mind. I'm listening to everything and all the debates, so I'd like to speak.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think what concerns me is economic development and differential rates. I am a bit worried for. When I saw the economic development meeting that we had, the big breakfast, big business breakfast we had about a year ago, lots of people attended. I'm sure there were over 100 business people there and more, and we all mingled and so forth. And I think if you count now how many of those businesses have gone to the wall, you'd be surprised. So I feel that differential rates is hitting hard, and I'll listen to further debate on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone for? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, I'd like to start by thanking the administration for the hard work that we've seen on this budget. We've seen improved process, a very lengthy and robust budgetary process this year. We received significantly more information that we received in previous years. I think the level around our work on our finances has really been lifted up significantly, and I think residents need to know that. So really thank you from the CEO and the executive down to the managers and journey officers, because from what I see and hear all the time, it's a city effort. Look, no budget is perfect, but on balance, I believe that this year's budget is a positive one and adequately addresses significant amount of issues, and I am happy to support it. Our current challenges are huge. There is ongoing and increasing demand from our community to ensure high level of service delivery, but we're still facing rising costs and aging assets. We are going to deliver tonight a balanced budget, which I think is a positive outcome. There was a lot of discussion tonight about differential rates. We did discuss it in a recent council meeting. I would like to remind everyone that we received massive support from the community to go ahead with this. And whilst we received some comments either way from different people, only one submission objected differential rates. So I am happy that we are going ahead with this. We're going to set higher rates on vacant sites, which hopefully will improve the amenity, streetscape, discourage land banking in our city, push for more development to support our town centres and our businesses. The most important thing when we talk about business is to bring more people to shop, and we need more development around those vacant sites that are surrounding our town centres, and currently there is no incentive to build on them. The budget is full with important allocations. Some of them are new additional allocations that I personally pushed, and I'm very happy to see them. And I know the Madam Mayor mentioned a long list of them. I would like to mention others. I might touch some that the Mayor already mentioned as well. $100,000 additional funding specifically for maintenance and repair in our town centres to support our businesses and those who visit the town centres. $1.1 million to purchase a vacant lot in the heart of the Maylands Town Centre for parking to support our businesses, and I'm hopeful that this will be supported tonight by councillors. We are on the journey to have a new economic development strategy with a list of actions that will support our businesses. $170,000 and beyond that for Maylands Lakes restoration. We have, again, $100,000 increase in funding for more tree maintenance, including watering. As was mentioned, we are going to have more hundreds of thousands of dollars for greening our streets along footpaths and medians, and specifically Guildford Road. We have additional funding for CCTV program, also to support businesses. So I'm highlighting those things because the notion that we're not supporting businesses is not reflected in the budget. If it was there, I would have not supported tonight. So I would like the message to go out that the budget is full, and I encourage any person, any resident, any business owner to actually go and look at the details and to see all the lines. They are there, and they are very important, and they are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Funding for cybersecurity, $250,000 for the Maylands Brickworks reactivation project. Almost $1 million for our municipal funds to create new footpaths and cycleways. $350,000 to improve car parks at the Morley Sport and Rec Centre, and more funding for sport court replacement, and more and more. The long-term financial plan document that we also have here is a significantly improved document than what we saw last year, which I raised reservations about, and this year I'm happy to support it. It includes details of many projects and the breakdowns that now are visibly can be visibly seen, and residents can question. Any person who would look at the long-term financial plan can see that in the next several years we are going to use reserves to ensure that we are still balanced. And this is what I was mentioning before. We are still in a long journey to ensure that we are in a financial sustainable position. We are not there. We have hard work in front of us to ensure that we do not need to use our reserves, and they are there for crisis, for projects that we have not actually, we have not planned for. We are really not there. Yes, look, I'll finalize by saying that what we have in front of us tonight is a reasonable package that we all worked hard and I think should be supported.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone for? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. I'll just say a few words on the budget that's in front of us. It is indeed an evolution of many years of processes and has evolved. Has taken shape, built on the work I think that we did last year in terms of the long-term financial plan. There are some good things in this budget. I think it's we have the opportunity to charge separate rates for vacant land, and I think they'll be interesting to see if that has the impact that we would like it to have, is more development and more housing being built. We have some changes to the way we've done our reserves. It came over a motion from Councillor Bull earlier in the year, I think, or perhaps last year. So we now have a rate smoothing reserve, which means that we can better balance, I guess, the money in and out of our reserves over the years as we take on bigger projects and build up our reserves. We have a climate action reserve of $3.3 million, which I think is going to allow us to do some really good things for our organisation and in the community. We have a lot of things going up, like everyone. Everyone is seeing things go up. So wages are going up, electricity is going up. The amount we pay for our streetlights is going up by 6%. So the rollout of LEDs can't come fast enough. So good to hear that that is something we're also doing. Our waste charges are going up, but they're going up $11 a year. I think it is still a bargain, and I think our consultation on FOGO is still open at the moment. Everyone tells me they think FOGO is fabulous, but they would. So definitely encourage folks to feed into that and see if that is very interested to hear if people still think broadly that their waste charge is a good value. We have got Bayswater Ways back. So we're budgeting in this year for no more disruptions at Bayswater Ways. I hope that's the case. And for really great to have Morley Sport and Rec back being run by the city, and so those things are reflected in the budget as well, which I'm really excited about. I think that's all.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Bull.
I'll just make a few comments. Firstly, I don't think we did receive more information than we do in previous years. A lot of it was presented in a different way, and in fact, I don't think we received enough granular information around our operational budgets. I don't think we received massive support from the community increasing rates on commercial and industrial rateable property. There was a proportion of the number of submissions that we received that was particularly focused on increasing the rate of vacant property, whether that be residential or industrial, but it most definitely wasn't massive. And you know, all the items that have been listed and mentioned by councillors as being good things in this budget would still be in that budget if my amendment was supported, but any economic development attempts in this budget, I really do believe, are undermined by slugging businesses 7% or 7.3% or whatever that number is. And so I do ask, why support a budget that could do so much good, but ultimately has the potential of hitting our local small businesses really, really hard? The other thing that I'm disappointed about in this budget was that the one and only priority that I provided to the city, which was the reintroduction of the infant immunisation clinics, was not included in a single draft of this budget. I didn't pick that up during the process. I looked in the statutory papers, as I said, the version of the budget that I find the easiest to follow, and couldn't find it anywhere. And despite being asked what my priorities are and listing simply one single priority, it is disappointing that it has not been included in this budget.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for the budget? Councillor Eason.
Yes, please. Look, there's been some discussion around what's good about this budget, and there are definitely things that I like about this budget. It prioritises the core services. Financially, I believe it's a responsible budget. It addresses current needs and commitments whilst also providing a strong foundation for a financially sustainable future. It's not a cut and run budget. It was advertised and returned community feedback, which has also been incorporated, which I definitely think is an inclusion. Some of the things that we've been talking about, or some have alluded to behind the scenes, the behind the scenes process that's been going on for 8 months. This is the first year that we are seeing all elements of integrated planning and reporting come together through our council-led business planning and budget process. It's a first. We also have asset management plans that form the basis of the 10-year Forward Capital Works program. We've never had those before. We have the comprehensive long-term financial plan so that we remain sustainable and not necessarily cutting out surprises of $6.15 million. We also have detailed service plans that outline our core delivery, service delivery, outputs and operating projects. We've never had this level of detail or integration in the past, so I definitely strongly disagree with some of the comments made.
If you could turn off your microphone. Councillor Bull.
It's a misleading statement. The councillor is not in a position to be able to talk about what's happened in the past, given he's only been a councillor for a few years.
Not a point of order. Continue, Councillor Eason.
Thank you. Many of these elements are city firsts in their own right, but presented together today, they demonstrate the huge effort of 8 months and council-led business planning and budget process that sets the standard moving forward for the City of Bayswater, in my belief. For those that don't want to vote for this budget, I would strongly encourage you to support it, because trying to isolate an individual part, it's a very important point to consider. If you're voting against this budget, you're voting against this budget, all of its inclusions. That's a strong point to make, but one that I believe councillors sitting at this table need to consider. I'm sure we can all point out items, projects or expenditure we don't want, like or agree with, but is that enough to not support the budget in its entirety? I think not. So before you make up your mind to not support and vote against this budget, think about the initiatives that you are not supporting.
Point of order.
Councillor Clark.
I believe that Councillor Eveson, in making that argument, is reflecting adversely on my character or my actions. I've stated clearly as to why I intend to vote against this budget. It doesn't mean that I then don't support everything else in the budget. And he knows this. Come on.
Will you withdraw your comment?
Look, I believe it to be true. You vote for a budget, you're voting for all parts.
Yep. Okay.
Perhaps he'd like to rephrase it in another way.
Happy to do so, like last time. I'm going to vote for this budget because I support the initiatives such as record tree planting and environmental initiatives, timely repair, renewal and maintenance of our community.
Sorry, Councillor
Point of
Eason,
order.
if you can turn off your...
I'm sorry.
What's the
The
point of order?
implication is that if you're not voting for this budget, then you don't support trees. That's reflecting adversely on the character of anyone in this room who might be about to vote against the budget. Can we have a ruling on that point, please?
There's no point of order. Continue, Councillor Eveson.
Thank you.
I've considered it.
I'm
Continue,
just stating
Councillor
the
Eveson.
initiatives that I'm supporting by voting for this budget. I'm voting for this budget because I support record tree planting and environmental initiatives. I'm voting for this budget because I believe in timely renewal, repair and maintenance of our community-owned assets. I'm voting for this budget because I agree in upgrading to a more contemporary community safety assets that we have across the city. I'm also voting for this budget because there's many initiatives that are focused on vibrancy, economic development and local business support, in addition to the funding purchase of strategic land to support our local businesses and provide opportunities in the future for our developing town centres. Tonight's probably the biggest decision we make as a council, and this budget delivers so much. And I do find it quite confusing that how Councillor Bull can make comments and not necessarily support this budget, when many of these inclusions and projects that are in this budget are projects that he's also advocating for as a candidate for the seat of Maylands.
If you could turn off your microphone, Councillor Bull.
Adverse reflection. He knows that there are many things in this budget. He knows very clearly that there are many things in this budget that I would support, but that I have deep concerns about differential rates and the fact that, and that I've made it crystal clear that that is the issue that I have with this budget. And so I ask him to withdraw and I ask for a public apology.
Do you wish to withdraw and give an apology?
I can withdraw, thanks.
He chooses not to. Councillor Eveson?
This
No, I'm not ruling that he needs to
Point
do
of order.
a
Under the
public
standing
apology.
orders, you need to work. If
Is
it's
withdrawn
been
the
sought,
comment?
Is that your point?
Yes.
Is that your ruling?
Yes, that's
Mayor?
my ruling.
That there will be no apology.
Correct. Continue, Councillor Eveson.
This budget delivers so much in so many ways for our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against the budget? Anyone for? Councillor Sutherland.
I'll just make some comments.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm feeling the love in the room from both sides. I do think, having gone to Parliament to see the budget being delivered and question time, this is nothing. So I think, we all just got to keep a calm head about this. It is possibly the one night that affects all community members in the city, whether, you're living in a one-bedroom unit or you've got a big business such as a Galleria. So it is an important decision to make. Before I start, I would also like to extend a big thank you to the staff for this document. As residents that might have clicked on and had a look at it online can see that we've had a number of workshops on this and we've been working over 8 months. And it's great to see such a high level of integration and detail in a budget for the first time. So a big thank you to Jeremy and the team, and also personally for answering all my random questions. Thank you. I just want to make some comments. I'm not going to go over. We've talked about this for a long time. And again, I'm pretty consistent in what I say, that the budget needs to reflect the money that we have. We should not be spending more than we have. And as I said earlier, that I was reminded of that. There was an article in the West the other day about sitting around the table working out what we want and then how much money we need. And I think we should work in the other way around, but that's just my opinion. My wants for the budget are just basically to keep a nice streetscape, to make sure people have got required footpaths, good roads, their rubbish gets collected. I'm a very old-fashioned councillor, and a lot of this other stuff, the programs, etc., I don't really think we can afford to run, so I don't support. And a big one for me too, obviously, is the sports. But one thing I just want to bring into attention here is the role of the state and federal government, because there's been a lot of discussion here about businesses, and if we have differential rates, then businesses are going to suffer. That is true. But just for the community, people that might be listening to this, and for us around the table, there is a big impost on state government and some, not so much federal, but especially state government, on the money that we collect. We don't take it all, so I'll just give some examples. Obviously, we've got a green agenda where the state government forces councils, obviously, to work on waste delivery. And we've got levies on that. That's, I think, and if we don't go to FOGO, if we don't go to some of these other ones, our levies will go up because of landfill in the future. added to that, Metronet has removed a large number of trees around the train stations, and now this is left to council to pick up and the FLAC and put more trees in, so that adds to our cost. Utility charges and utility costs. This keeps going up despite all the assurances with renewable stuff that it's going to go down. And I do think, and that's why I'm going to say it, when we come to businesses, this is a big thing. I've just come from the eastern states and I was in America up to a few weeks ago. And in the east, electricity is a big issue, and not as much in some states in America because they have other types of ways of getting power. But we really need to look at this, and this is a problem for industry and businesses. It's not, you can't just say because we're going to have differential rates, businesses are going to go out of business. The other one is superannuation. For the federal government's done that, and also all the other things on staffing and labour costs. So all these things bring into play and problems for governments, for small, medium and large businesses in Australia. So we can't just say it's differential rates. The reform hasn't helped now. We have to pay committee members. So I think, well, if we have to do that, don't have the committees. And what was the last one? The last one I just want to say, and it's coming up later tonight, the state government has, in my opinion, not done a good job since the 90s, really, with state housing, and it's all come to bite us all now because we have to pick up the flak again with homelessness, and NGOs taking up the mantle of taking buying houses and then asking us for a rate reduction or not to pay the rates, and that's fine because, you know, they're helping vulnerable people, but then we lose the rates. So these are things we do have to consider. And lastly, just for those, I don't think the country's got inflation under control, so it's very hard to measure whether those things will, you know, material costs and that, how much they're going to go up and above inflation in future years. But I do thank the officers for, it is balanced, which is good, so bring it on.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against?
I had a question, perhaps to the CEO. It might be a governance-related question. Workshops for budget items, are they considered to be committees, and are they considered under local law? Are they essentially covered by the local law, or are they not part of that because or are they a formal committee meeting?
I'll go to the CEO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, they're not a formal committee meeting. They're briefings with councillors.
All right, but the code of conduct for councillors would still apply in those meetings, would it not?
Code of conduct applies in all circumstances.
Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Ladder.
Not sure if I'm speaking against, but I would like to speak. I came into this meeting open to the possibility of voting for the budget, but I'm not 100% sure at this point because of my concerns around the differential rate for commercial. I do, however, really want to thank staff and other councillors. This is my first budget process and I learnt a lot from it. Learnt a lot to apply next year as well. And I think probably most of the people in this room have answered a question or two from me at some point during the process, and I really appreciated the guidance that everybody gave me. There are things in this budget that I really am happy to see. The approach to homelessness, an arts officer, the extra money for trees, extra money for cat control and education around that, asset renewal. There are many, many things, but I do feel, I feel quite stuck over the differential rates for commercial. I see firsthand around me the impact that increasing costs have on businesses. And I'm not going to repeat all of those concerns because I've said them many times in the chambers. So I think I do think, however, that this approach to economic development worries me. And I never really thought that I would come into council and be on this particular side of the debate. It feels a little bit like an upside down world. I never really thought of myself as championing the voice of business. It's not how I see myself in my life generally, but here I am. And I think it's my unique experience that gives me that understanding of the impact that this will have on businesses, and it does deeply worry me. So I do hope that councillors consider that yet again in voting for or against this. I think that next year, whilst we have the choice of setting rates again, it's a rate increase. So in order to level out rates next year, you would have to decrease rates for commercial and industrial. Like, it's, once we vote for them this year, there is some aspect of differentiation locked in for the forever, right? So it's not a small decision. And so I'm still considering whether that's something that I could overcome. And right now, I'm not sure if it is.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for? Anyone wish to speak against? If not, I'll close. So thank you for the debate, everyone. There's been a lot of discussion tonight around differential rates, and there's been some comments about what the impact of differential rates will have on our businesses. So just taking on board Councillor Ladder's last comments there, I know that in the past, particularly Councillor Ladder has referred to the City of Vincent as a desirable place for businesses, and Beaufort Street as, you know, a thriving place for local businesses. So I'd just like to bring to everyone's attention that the two local councils that are in that area, which is the City of Vincent and the City of Stirling, they both have differential rates, and the City of Vincent's advertised differential rate for commercial is a 0.07, which is on par with what we've got in front of us. So I really am not convinced that, you know, you can say that that's a thriving business area, but if we implement the same conditions in our locality, that it's going to be, you know, detrimental, and it's going to be the ruin of our businesses. I think it is very, very reasonable what is presented in front of us. We've had long debates about it. This has also been the most thorough and transparent budget process we have ever been through, mostly thanks to the administration, the executive,
Point of
and
order. I find that statement to be misleading, given we had deliberative budgeting a few years ago.
Deputy Mayor, you need to rule on the point of order. It's against me.
So, Councillor, can you please elaborate? What is the point of order?
I find that statement to be misleading to the chamber, given we had a number of years of deliberative budgeting, actually perhaps only one in the end, where, you know, many members, tens of members of the community came in and consulted on the budget and engaged with the budget. So to say that, I just think that's misleading to say, make that statement to the chamber, given we had deliberative budgeting.
This is not a point of order. I think this is a personal point of view on this issue.
Thank you. So I will rephrase and say my personal view is that this is the most transparent and thorough budgeting process that we as a council have ever been through. We have had more oversight over the operations of this city than ever before. As Councillor Johnson stated, Councillor Johnson stated, we didn't have a long-term financial plan from 2017. Many years of no asset management plans. We did not know the state of our assets. We finally have that information. Again, thank you very much to the hard work of the executive and the CEO and the managers and the staff and everyone.
Again, point
who
of order.
spent-
Sorry, we've had asset management plans before this year. That's misleading.
Deputy
We've
Mayor,
improved
handing
on
over
them.
the chair.
Can I clarify with the city? I'm sure I've read about, been advised of asset management plans.
Okay, I'll rephrase. I'm
Please,
happy to rephrase.
And maybe, May, if I can just finish that, maybe with less comparisons to previous councils and focus.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I'm really impressed with the current plans that we have in front of us. They are excellent, and I'd like to thank all of the staff, not just the executive and the CEO, but down to every single staff member within this organisation that has had to put input into their role within this organisation. It's fantastic that council has that ability to have that oversight. So it's fantastic. I said this in my opening and I'll say it again. I'm really proud of this budget. We are delivering excellent, outstanding services and facilities for our community. I'm proud to stand out there and speak to anybody in our community. We advertise. This is the first year differential rates forces us to advertise in advance to our community what we are planning to do. And the feedback that we had...
Sorry, point of order. Deliberative budgeting had a draft budget. And we advertised the rates. Sorry, it's misleading and to the chamber and to the public to say that. We advertised a budget when we did deliberative budgeting.
Can I get a clarification from the city whether in previous...
Councillor Eveson, would you like to say that on the microphone, please? Since you and maybe repeat what you said in the workshop to me as well while you're at it.
How about we'll deal with one point of order at a time. Can I get clarification from the city whether we published budgets in the past, which I actually recall that we did? How about I'll conclude? Sorry, officers. I do recall that I will accept it because I do recall that we did have occasions that we did publish budgets. So if the mayor can just focus on the current budget.
Sure.
Thank you.
So differential rates requires us to advertise, and we went out and we advertised to our community our rate setting, our rates. And, you know, the community had the opportunity to provide feedback. And as the Deputy Mayor stated in his debate, it was very positive feedback. So I'm really, really excited and proud for this budget. And I really encourage council to support it so we can go ahead and continue to provide the services and facilities that our community want. So I'm now going to put limbs 1 to 9 to the vote.
Sorry, Mayor, can I clarify, how are we pulling out the...
So we'll first vote on limbs 1 through 9, excluding the following projects, which are listed, and I read out previously and they're listed on there, and then I'll do each of those projects separately to allow everyone to leave the room as appropriate. So I'm now putting limbs 1 to 9 to the vote.
Sorry, can I just clarify, 1 to 9 accepting, because you're saying 1, so it's not...
It's excluding the following projects as shown on the screen and provided to you before the meeting, which I'll repeat, the land purchase at 45 9th Avenue, Maylands.
Yeah, no, I understand, sorry, but when you're saying the motion, it's not just 1 to 9, it's 1 to 9 excluding the B segments.
Yes.
of each of those?
Yes. So I'm putting that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Latta, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark. That's carried. So we'll now vote on Lim 10 to include the land purchase at 45, and Councillor Latta, you need to leave the room. So we'll now vote on Lim 10 to include the land purchase at 45 9th Avenue Maylands in the budget and long-term financial plan. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Bull and myself. I'll do that again. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Ostaszewski and Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. So the next one, Councillor Latta and Deputy Mayor, you need to leave the room. So we'll now vote on Lim 11 to include the targeted underground power program, including for Maylands, in the budget and long-term financial plan. All those in favour? That's unanimous. We'll now vote on Limbs 12 and 13 to include the interim economic development plan. Yes, sorry. We'll now vote on Limbs 12 and 13 to include the interim economic development plan and the low-cost urban road safety program in the budget and long-term financial plan. All those in favour?
On the screen, it's got maybe a typo in there. It's got "and the for" inclusion.
Okay, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. We will now vote on Lim 14 to include the further greening of Guildford Road in the budget.
No, we skipped, right? 13.
No, that was 12 and 13. Yeah. We'll now vote on Lim 14 to include the further greening of Guildford Road in the budget and long-term financial plan. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and myself. All those against is Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes that item, and we now move on to item 10.1.2, which is the corporate business plan. So moving to the consideration of the corporate business plan, we will apply the same approach that we used for the budget, voting on limbs separately so that declaring councillors may participate. I will move the officer's recommendation with the amendments in red as shown on your screen and the run sheet provided to the council. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eveson. Okay, so I'll speak to this item. The development of the corporate business plan for 2024-25 to 2027-28 has been an 8-month-long process led by the council, involving multiple workshops where the council has worked together to undertake an environmental scan, identify critical shifts and changes in its operating environment, consider community information and feedback, reviewed the progress of its many informing strategies and plans, including the long-term financial plan and asset management plans, and identified priorities for delivery. From this, the City has prepared service plans and project plans that outline how the City plans to deliver on the objectives and strategies set out in its guiding document, the Strategic Community Plan. These service plans and project plans have been developed with the Council and used to build the corporate business plan and the annual budget. The corporate business plan and the annual budget are fully integrated to ensure that the City has the resources it needs to deliver the work that we have planned. Council may recall that one of the key findings of the Paxson Financial Sustainability Report was the need for Council to fully implement integrated planning and reporting processes. And this is exactly what this corporate business plan and annual budget does. Prior to last year, the Council had adopted a corporate business plan in 2019 for a period of 4 years with a 2-yearly review cycle. Now the corporate business plan is reviewed annually to ensure ongoing integration with the annual budget and long-term financial plan. This demonstrates the Council's commitment to continue to improve our business planning and reporting processes. The corporate business plan sets out the services and projects to be delivered. It shows the staff required and the costs associated with the delivery of each service and project. It provides performance measures for each of the City's key result areas, which show how progress against the corporate business plan will be measured and reported on to our community. It provides an overview of the balanced budget and the capital works program, including any projects that have been carried over from last year, and shows how this is all linked together. Some of the highlights include, under the theme of community, the City will continue to maintain and provide club rooms and facilities to the more than 150 local community and sporting clubs who use these assets. From our annual carols and community concert events to the Avon Descent, the Finish Line Festival and Art Awards, we will deliver events that bring our community together to celebrate where they live. The City will continue to keep neighbourhoods safe through a regular security patrol and upgraded network of CCTV cameras. We will also join a consortium to access outreach services that will directly improve the lives of our most vulnerable people who are experiencing homelessness in the City. Within environment and livability, the City will continue to plant trees on verges and in parks and in natural areas as part of its planning program, with an urban forest to be created at Riverside Gardens East. We'll work on reducing the emissions from our operations in line with the City's emission reduction and renewable energy plan. We will also maintain and upgrade our $1.1 billion worth of assets. Under vibrancy, the City is committed to encouraging new investment and supporting existing businesses to help make Bayswater a more vibrant place to live, work and visit. We are ideally positioned to take advantage of recent significant investment by the state government with road and rail projects in our city. Within leadership and governance, the City will focus on continued business improvement practices that will drive operational efficiencies and ensure a strong commitment to good governance, clear communications and financial sustainability. We will also continue to consult with our community on the issues that impact them. So I hope everyone will support the adoption of the corporate business plan. Councillor Eason. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone wish to speak for? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is,
Sorry, can I clarify? But exempting out
oh, yep, okay. So
what we're doing?
now I will vote on Lim 1 to adopt the corporate business plan excluding the following projects as shown on your screen and in the run sheet provided to councillors, which is the A, B, C, D and E, excluding those projects. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Sazowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. So we'll now, Councillor Latta, you need to leave for this one. We will now vote on Lim 2 to include the land purchase of 45 9th Avenue Maylands in the corporate business plan. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sazowski and Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. She needs to. We will now vote on Lim 3 to include the targeted underground power program, including for Maylands, in the corporate business plan. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Councillor Clark, you need to leave for this one. We will now vote on Limbs 4 and 5 to include the interim economic development plan and the low-cost urban road safety program in the budget and long-term financial plan. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Sazowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. We will now vote on Lim 6 to include the further greening of Guildford Road in the budget and long-term financial plan. All those in favour? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Sazowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. We will now vote on Lim 7 to authorise the CEO to approve any minor changes to the corporate business plan. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eason, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Ostaszowski and Councillor Clark. That is carried. So that's it for that item. So we now move on to 10.1.4, review of delegations to the CEO. Councillor Clark has pulled this to vote against. Do I have a mover? Do I have a mover of this item? Hello, is everyone paying attention? Okay. Do I have a mover for 10.1.4, Councillor Johnson? Is that? Yep, Councillor Johnson moving. Do I have a seconder? Sorry?
Just clarifying. So it's just officers rep
Yes.
4. Yeah.
That's been moved. You're seconding. Councillor Johnson, do you wish to speak to the item?
No, just to say I like the tidy up of the format.
Thank you, Councillor Eveson. Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Clark.
Just briefly to reiterate what I've said in previous years on delegations, I think we delegate too much down and we should be making the decisions here at the council table.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for? Anyone wish to speak against? If not, go to the mover to close. Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ball, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Clark. That is carried. The next item that was pulled was 10.2.4, Rate Exemption Foundation Housing. Councillor Sutherland, did you pull this to vote against?
Yes.
Yep. Do I have a mover? Councillor Palmer, seconded Councillor... Oh, yes. Go ahead. Yep. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Latta. Councillor Palmer, do you wish to speak?
Thank you. Just very briefly, it is a charity. I personally checked because there has been changes in the Australian Charity Association rulings, and that is still a charity as such, and as such, it goes with our clauses and conditions. Thank you.
Councillor Latta.
Yeah, it fits the conditions for an exemption, so it should receive an exemption.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Sutherland.
Look, I've been consistent on this. I know we will do it and I know we'll have to, and I know it does fit the conditions, but my argument is always the same. If we can't just say, yes, we've got to do this because there's lots of homeless and a lot of vulnerable people. The point of this is that every house that we say yes to, that's less rates, we can do other things, and that was my one of my points in my reply on the budget. We can't just keep absorbing these costs, and I don't know what stage the state government's going to get out to fork these out. They have been very smart in giving it to NGOs because they know they don't have to pay rates and the government does. So I'm just not doing it on principle, not because I don't agree. I mean, obviously people have somewhere to live, need somewhere to live, but it's just, it's not sustainable in the long term.
Anyone wish to speak for? Anyone against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. Just in this circumstance, the difference is $233.81, so I'm sure we can afford to do that for these people. Thank you.
I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Eason, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ball, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Ostaszewski and Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. The next one is 10.3.3, proposed construction of footpath and traffic treatment on Bunya Street. Councillor Sutherland, do you have a proximity interest?
Should we let Assunta know that she can come back in?
No, she's actually left. She's had to go. No. Okay, so Councillor Eason, are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yeah, thank you.
The
Officer's rec, yeah.
The officer's recommendation. Seconded Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason.
I'll keep it quite short. Look, it's this one's firstly thank you to the many residents of Bunya Street that have contacted me regarding the footpath and traffic treatments proposed for their street. And I thank the officers for meeting with these residents to hear their concerns and provide the very sensible recommendation that's provided for this item tonight. I'm pleased to see that the city is seeking an outcome that addresses the need for safe routes to school, but it also responds to the residents' concerns. So not much else to say. Thanks.
Councillor Palmer.
Ditto on what everything Councillor Eveson has said. There is a very sharp turn corning up the hill of Bunya Street, and a lot of people have spoken about that. So it's good that we're considering it and that we'll be studying this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Clark.
Just briefly, Mayor, just to say it's really good in the maps. You can see where there's going to be pram ramps. Until you've actually pushed the pram, you don't actually, no matter in what context you're doing it, you don't know how important it is to be able to get it up off the road when you've crossed and back up onto a footpath. So I'm really pleased to see that. I think that should be something that we think about whenever we do any of these sorts of roadworks.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone for? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Councillor Sutherland, for your information, the officer's recommendation was carried for that item. So the next item that's been pulled is 10.3.6, Active Transport Advisory Committee Amendment to Terms of Reference. Councillor Sutherland, did you pull this to vote against? Do I have a mover and seconder? Moved, Deputy Mayor. Seconded, Councillor Latta. Deputy Mayor.
That was discussed by the committee and it was requested by many members. So it's clarifying the terms of reference.
Councillor Latta. Anyone wish to speak against?
No, I don't agree with these committees, so that's the only reason I'm voting against it.
Anyone wish to speak for? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Easton, Councillor Sutherland and myself. That is carried. The next item is 10.5.1.6, Quarterly Performance Review Corporate Quarter 3. No one's pulled this, but there is an impartial interest on this item. So do I have someone who'd like to move? Move, Councillor Latta, seconded Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, Mayor, what number was that?
10.5.1.6. Councillor Latta, do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Johnson? Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone for? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. So the next item that's been pulled is 10.5.1.9, Strategy and Plan Update, Quarter 3. Councillor Johnson, you've pulled this. Was it for a question?
Yes, a question. And happy to move the item as well if you need a mover. So my question was in the report back, so report 3, the Emissions Reduction and Renewable Energy Plan, it says that we're going to get our emissions targets reported back through the corporate reporting in 24-25. And my question is, what format, how will that be done? Like through what reports are we going to see those results?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I mean, we just recently employed a new sustainability officer, and that's one of the tasks that they'll be given to develop that report and to make sure it captures everything in the plan.
So, like the other reports, they'll come back to us through audit and risk and then to council?
I'll go to the director.
Yep, that's correct.
Sorry, just to clarify, would that be a separate report or would that be included in our strategies and plans report back?
I'll go to the Manager of Governance.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that will be reported back through the quarterly corporate performance report. So that was item 10.5.1.6. So that will include that in the future.
Perfect. I look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Are you happy to move?
Happy to move that.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Latta, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate these reports coming back. So thanks to the officers who've done all that work. Through the whole organisation, I know people have been quizzed and asked questions about how we are progressing against some of the plans that we've done. And I'll comment on that also, like 10.5.1.6, so I didn't say it then. I know all these reports are coming back about how we're going against our strategies and plans. I do really appreciate it. I notice in Waterwise Bayswater that we're going to ask Metronet to use water-sensitive urban design. Maybe it's too late, maybe it's not, but it's always a good thing to include, to use the water where it falls. We can't just be draining water away when we have, well, maybe today, but we can't just be draining water away when we can use it on site. It says in our urban forest strategy that we are going to have an ongoing review of our tree species and mature tree replacement plan. So I look forward to that happening. There is so important right now. And in the foreshore plan, it says this year that we're going to be doing work at Hines Reserve and Riverside and around Garrett Road and Tonkin, I believe. So I think most of those things are in our planning, so it's really good to see them happen. Thank you.
Councillor Latta?
I don't have a lot to say, just that I really appreciated all the detail in this and like learning about where different action items are at. And I found it very informative. And I think if there are residents who are interested in this kind of thing, then it's a good thing for them to read.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone wish to speak for? I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. So we'll now move to adopt the remaining items in section 10 en bloc. Do I have a mover and seconder? Move Councillor Latta, seconded Councillor Ostrzowski. All those in favour? That's unanimous. So we'll now move to notices of motion. And we've got 11.1, Councillor Palmer, making Deschamps Reserve a dog on lead area with an addendum that's been issued to councillors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, Councillor Palmer, did you want to read it out and then I'll ask for a seconder?
Yes. This is an amendment to correct the original. And the actual amendment is that council, as part of its current review of the Dog Local Law 2016, under section 3.16 of the Local Government Act 95, considers removing the footpath on the east of Deschamps Reserve from being a dog exercise area.
Okay, I'll just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. So that's back to front way, but a very legal term in removing the dogs on lead off the main plan so that it can be a safe route to school on the actual map that is attached to the addendum. And that shows the path that's proposed to be an on-lead dog area, which is the entrance to the school. And there's a bushwalk where you see the continuation right up to the primary school. So from that point of view, it'll be a dogs on-lead area, hopefully, when it's considered in the Dog Act. And can I also say, which has just reminded me, that I'm on the board of the Noranda Primary School, so I will put that down as a declaration of interest for you.
As an impartial.
Impartial, yep. And but that's a safe routes to school, which I think is needed, and it's just a small portion of that pathway from the street. Thank you.
Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, look, I don't have...
Councillor Palmer.
Okay, I don't have much to add. It's pretty common sense, and it does require a little bit of an adjustment, but it makes it safer for kids, and not only kids, but older residents who walk around that way feel a bit safer as well. So, yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Eason?
Not for, just a question. There's a review that's scheduled for later this year, or was it 2024, it says in the report. So would this normally be captured in that review of the local law anyway?
I'll go to the director.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Essentially, when we review the dog local law, we'll be reviewing where on and off lead parks are, and it will be consulted to the community, and that will help inform the local law moving forward.
Thanks. Yeah.
Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone for? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. So we'll now move on to questions from members without notice. Are there any questions? No? We'll move on to new business of an urgent nature. There is none this evening. Item 14 is confidential items, and we have 3 confidential items. So can I please have a mover and seconder to go behind closed doors? Move Councillor Palmer, seconded Councillor Latta. All those in favour? That's Councillor Eason, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against, Councillor Ostrzowski and Councillor Sutherland. Could we please close the doors? So I will now close this evening's meeting at 10:34 p.m. Thank you, councillors.